What's up, Purple Flirt? I'm doing well, how are you? Sorry about that, I was just enjoying the walk for a second. Welcome in, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is a pretty good day, actually. Weather's pretty fine, a little bit cloudy. Chance of rain all day today, but no rain, no rainbows. I believe it's about a 45-minute walk to the Pastrami Sandwich place. So we're gonna go check that out. Morning, Citrong, Shabagoosh, good morning. Hello, hello, everybody. There's a cosplay thing going on, apparently. Tons of people in cosplay. Waiting for... Oh. How is everybody today? How many people cosplay? Yeah, there's a ton of people over there too. Ikebukuro recently has become somewhat, now that Akiba has kind of become too touristy, too whatever you want to call it. Ikebukuro has slowly started to kind of rise up and be a little bit more. They've always had a bunch of cosplay shops up here, but yeah, it's fun to see. I've thought about it, but that's just another hobby that I don't have the time or the money for, really. Uh-oh. Raining already. We did pack an umbrella, but did you purchase another umbrella? I have Grandpa's umbrella with me now. But even that one, I think we're gonna have to toss pretty soon, or have to super glue some Velcro on. Velcro doesn't stick anymore. Oh, oh. There's a big, that's Jojo. You've got Joe Taro over there. You've got Dio over here. I'm in New Orleans and ate way too much fried food. Did you get any of those beignets or whatever? Beignets? Beignets? I will say, I think the cosplay community is pretty cool, but is this a paid event? Oh, no smoking. This is all of the cosplay, huh? I don't recognize any of this stuff. I'm trying to get out of here. Ah, ごめんね。公園の出口はどこですか？出口。はい、ありがとうございます。No photos, but literally everyone is taking photos. Yeah, that guy can get fucked. Like every single person taking photos. There's no tickets here either. It's just no. It's a special event. No. People don't dress in cosplay every day. I guess a few people do, but most people do not. Telling me no photos when literally every single person in that place has a camera out. No. There are tons of people just walking around taking photos. No passes or anything. No, it's always like that. There's always like a bunch of people who dress up, And then there's a fair number of people who just show up to just take pictures. Chocolate chip cookies are slept on as a dessert. I think everyone appreciates a good chocolate chip cookie. I've never heard anyone say they don't want a chocolate chip cookie. Oh, we gotta cross the street. Been in a little bit of a crowd. Well, I mean, I actually didn't want to be there very long anyway, but if he had pushed it, I would have said, no, this is a public park. Or I would have said, well, where can I buy a ticket? And then if he said there's no ticket, then I would have said, okay, then get fucked. If it's a ticketed event, maybe, but ticketed event, we would, yeah, we'd be a little bit, but a public park, you can't. And he wasn't part of the city, he was just part of some anime group, which is fine. Again, you can organize your events there, but you can't tell people to not take public photos in public places. Even if you rent out, like, even if you rent out a park, you can't tell people not to do that there. Again, unless it's a ticketed event, in which case the rules kind of change. But the fact that myself and several other people just walked up in there means it's probably not a ticketed event. What's planned for today? Yeah, we're gonna walk to a sandwich shop. I need to make sure we're going the right way. We're going east, which is the direction we need to be going, but I need to make sure that we're not even close. We gotta go way south. 1, 2. Okay, we gotta take a right here. Also gotta get our umbrella out, maybe. Again, we're all for following the rules too, but yeah, public parks is not one of the places. Unless it's a big public park like Shinjuku Gyoen or something, they have signs that say for commercial purposes you must get permission, but nobody in the YouTube world does that. See what I mean? The Velcro's pretty much done. Finished food? I've never seen finished food. Is that a UN building? It's either a UN building. I'm gonna try to kind of walk past it maybe. Oh, it's a university. Tokyo International University. It's a pretty good university, I believe, if I remember correctly. Tokyo Kokusai Daigaku. No, I've never tried to finish food. Private university, yeah. Is it always rainy? Not in April usually. I suppose there's always the April showers bring May flowers type of thing, but we're gonna get one more. But no, rainy season's a little bit later. But also depends on where you're at too, because last year I don't remember walking too much in the rain. There were definitely days with rain, but at least along Nihonkai it didn't feel like rain all the time. I mean, great, there were a couple of days that were super awful. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe I just remember the really bad days, and then the so-so rainy days didn't bother me. That could definitely be it. Try to get next to this highway tunnel. Highway tunnel might cause us some issues with signal. We walked past a like a gate, toll road gate. Climate change or climate swings, that happens too. What's up, DC? Welcome in. It's also definitely a thing over here. Springs are getting a bit shorter. Winter's a little bit harsher. Summer's a lot longer. But again, at this point, there's not really... like, those things are already happening. We can like try to help the doomsday clock or whatever, but the weather changes are here to stay. trolleys. Tokyo Sakura train. This must be the Waseda line, maybe? What is that? Oh, they just call it the Tokyo Sakura line. I think that used to be called the Waseda line. Sure, I found the Holy Grail before you find a good base. Get a pastrami sandwich. Well, I mean, the reality is too is I've known this. Well, I mean, since you mentioned it to me, I've known this place has a pastrami sandwich, but just been a bit lazy coming up here. Okinawa food? What is that? Oh, Chinese food. Well, like I said, the place in Asakusa looks really good, and I saw on their Instagram, I screenshotted it so I could like try to use it next time. But I think on one of their Instagram posts they had a 30% off. So I'm trying to do the math. I'm like, okay, 3,800 divided by 3 times 2, or you know, or 3,800 times 0.66, or 0.7. Sorry, 30% off. So then I'm like, well, that's still like a 2,500 yen sandwich. Plus, I'd have to go get a drink. Plus, so it turns into a 3,000 yen meal. Now, granted, the sandwich is absolutely piled high with pastrami, but is it worth it? Is it worth it, you know? Especially when that money could be used for other adventures. 3,000 yen is almost a hotel room. Half of a hotel room, I suppose. LA prices, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is a fat sandwich. I like that building over there. Oh. Let's walk underneath for a little bit. Nice. Are you up in Koishikawa? No. I'm near, I left from Ikebukuro. Or I got off the train at Ikebukuro. I'm walking east. Is that neighbor? I didn't even check the neighborhood. I just kind of, that might be the name of the neighborhood, but I didn't look into it. I just know it's near Myogadani Station, Myoga Valley. Ah, yeah, Koishikawa, yeah. I guess it is on the, yeah, we'll be ending up there. You know what, I actually think I want to get off up there. Yeah, I'm gonna get off on the left side. Because I think I want to turn over there, like that. We could also go that way. We could take a local street, we could take a big street. I think we're gonna take the big street. Local street looks purely residential. Rain has slowed to a sputter. Still probably need to get out the umbrella though. Yeah, we passed some too. We passed the park and they were trying to tell me, like, there were dozens and dozens of photographers and stuff. Hundreds and hundreds of cosplayers at a park. This guy walks up to me, he's like, hey, no photographs. And I was like, that's fine, where's the exit? Like, had I wanted to stay and hang out, I probably would have pushed the issue. Because it's a public park, no tickets, nothing. Like, it's just a city park. No signs anywhere about photography or video. Like, so that's the thing, is even whenever, like, if it becomes a ticket, we kind of talked about this. If it becomes a ticketed event, then they can kind of tell you, no, don't film. If it's not a ticketed event, there's really nothing they can do legally. Now, again, I didn't want to push the issue because I'm not really, like, you know, I didn't particularly care to stay and get more. I mean, I wasn't going to talk to anybody. I wasn't. Plus, I could tell rain was coming, so it means they're all going to skedaddle probably. But it wasn't even like a, it was just some guy wearing, there's a part-time guy working at the event. And it's like, okay, guy. There's literally like dozens and dozens of people here exclusively taking photos and videos. Like, anyway, again, we didn't push it. We just left. I'm trying my best not to be my mother's son, so. No streaming? No, he said no pictures. He said picture no. And I was like, okay, well. Now, most places still, and even then, public parks, you can still stream in them. It's the laws of streaming, that's the reason why all those clowns get away with so much shit. Because technically, photography, videography, streaming, all of that stuff kind of falls under a kind of a personal or a public domain type of thing. So again, filming in a restaurant, no, that's boo-boo, because you have to get permission because that's private property. But filming anywhere that's public, as long as you are not like really focusing and being a nuisance to somebody else, really there's nothing they can do, legally speaking. Sure, someone might call the cops and you might have to deal with stuff, and I don't want to deal with that because again, I don't want to be a nuisance streamer at all. But legally, that's why so many people get off with like no charges, because it's very difficult You know, it's very difficult to punish something for rules that don't really exist. So again, that's why the big places, the big Tokyo Big Side or Makuhari and stuff like that, they can enforce rules like that because it's a ticketed private event on private property. But if you're just hanging out at like a public park, then good luck. Super odd. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand that they don't want randos taking photos, but if you're at a public park and there's no signage anywhere, that's on you. Both at the entrance and the exit, there's no signage indicating there's an actual event. There's banners saying no smoking. There's no banners saying about, you know, if there's banners about no smoking, they could have banners put up about photography. Again, I'm not even necessarily, if they want no randos, they need signs. Plain and simple, because a lot of anime conventions do have signs. And a lot of anime conventions are in private places. But if you're in a public place, then you're subject to public, like, there's no expectation of privacy at a public park. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so Citron, I mean, it's not, yeah, just streaming alone is not it. Cosplayers, while they do enjoy their pictures taken, they do want, like, usually to, like, and it's a polite thing to ask permission too. We were literally walking through a park for like 2 minutes. And again, we saw people on the way there, like, we weren't focusing on people. They weren't our shot. So we're fine. But if you're taking photos of people, then yes, that's... Anyway, again, my beef is with open events in public parks, not the no photography rule itself. Even if they had a sign at the front of the park saying no photographs, okay, cool. I lower my camera, no problems. Guard is doing the job of a sign. Well, that's the thing though, is if it's not a like a city worker, then they don't have the, and again, it's not a ticketed event, it's just a park. Because sometimes there are ticketed events in parks, like especially Yoyogi, like a little bit south of Yoyogi, they have all those concerts and stuff. But a random security guard does not have the, like, a random security guard does not supersede Japanese law, you know. Anyway. Oh, I like this. This is a very straight road. I was 100%, I will be both apologetic and quiet. The signs were clear. I just missed the signs. Yes. Well, that's why, I mean, for me too, I was just like, sorry, like, where's the exit? Security guards tend to choose me as an easy target for enforcing rules. They'd rather come up to me than someone who looks like they make a scene when confronted. Yeah, that could be it too. Maybe I'm too kind looking. Or maybe I'm very noticeably... Again, ultimate, and even then, the guy didn't have any signs or anything. He was just wearing a pink shirt. Like, for all I know, he could have been just a big fan that didn't want anyone to take pictures of his waifu or whatever. Anyway, like I said, we just bounced because, like, I'm not trying to you know, be a nuisance. Just not worth it. Very liminal view. If it's a wind canyon as well. Wind canyon. How to spot the nuance if someone asks you to or tells you to, like in the security guard case? What do you mean spot the nuance? There is no nuance. They just walk up and say, they'll say sashin dame, video dame, satsue dame. Whatever they think you're doing, they'll just walk up and say, ah, dame, dekinai. Kinshi, whatever like that. They just walk up to you and say that. Or if they think you don't speak Japanese, they walk up to you and say, ah, picture, no picture, no video. And you're just like, okay. There was it wasn't quite a temple. We did pass a temple a way back. It looked like more like some sort of, not quite living quarters. The kanji out front looked like some sort of organization. I am not gonna say the C word, but might be one of those religious organizations. So I don't know Japanese or English. That would probably melt some brains. They'd probably pull it out and just use that. Tough to decide on aggressiveness level. Yeah, that's one. I mean, I always try to just be as least aggressive as possible. Especially while streaming. I mean, like, I'm a pretty chill guy anyway, but last thing I want to do is go viral for and yelling at some minimum wage worker for not allowing me to walk through a park is definitely the wrong reason. Ah, rip, we could have turned here. Huh. Is this just the name of this town? Koishikawa Tokyo Byoin. Huh. For a smile and nod instead of saying anything at all. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, clouds are starting to mess with us a bit, I think. Let's check connections. Much more peaceful up here. Yeah, I agree with that. Just a lot of universities nearby, like research universities. Not even research, I mean just like lots of parks too. Much more quiet. We're gonna snap this umbrella if we don't want to. Felt the aluminum almost give. It didn't bend or break, but it felt like it was about to. I used to, there was a time when I binge watched First Amendment audit videos and I was thinking this could only happen in the US. Well, it's so awkward because, like, same thing like that, like First Amendment, Second Amendment audit videos, they're so aggressive, like by nature. More random green places and gardens, yeah, green spaces and gardens, yeah. It's the same thing with like southwest of Nakano, Sakaue, south of Nakano, quite a ways. I also like that area quite a lot. A little bit west of Yoyogi. Big ass tree to the right. Hold on. I think I missed it. Those dudes over there? Ah, this one over here. Yeah. Yeah, both of those trees. All of these trees, really. The wonky cheap blinds, so this one, hey, that's like my childhood. Bent blinds, because little brother would run his fingers through them. Actually, little brother cut them. You want to talk about pissed? Mom was livid. I don't think we ever got them fixed, actually. I think she just moved the blinds to the upstairs windows instead. All right, it's 10 minutes. I've been reading a lot about bike packing recently. And apparently a lot of people do, not a lot, but relatively moderately experienced riders do like 100 miles a day, which is a lot. "100 miles is 160 kilometers. I think what I would like to do, if possible, keep it at like the 80 to 120 range, and then try to make a video each, maybe not each day, but almost each day. It's one sore butt. I mean, again, every time I read forums or Reddit or whatever, it always boils down to like I can't think of the word. Terrain, distance, climb / elevation, and then like temperature, humidity. Because some people are doing like treks on like gravel roads, and it's like I can't imagine. But during my entire walk, I don't think there was never a gravel road I had to take. I did take some gravel roads because I wanted to, but I think I could have always been on asphalt, tarmac, whatever it's called. Chuo University. And then most days were pretty flat because I followed the coastlines. Most coastlines are pretty flat. A couple of days had some decent climb, but not anything too. I mean, I can think of a couple of days specifically, but not like crazy climb, just enough to, like, that would be a shorter day. But I think if I made climb days a bit shorter, and then I opened up on flat days, like Akita to Murakami pretty much. Well, more than that, Akita to like Tsubame Sanjo was just flat. Just rice fields and flat coastline. Is you winning? What's up, Sarah Venus? I'm alive, aren't I? Suppose that's winning enough for me. For Mr. Sanderson, need to run Akiba. We'll be back later for the review, though. Hey, what's up, Foxwell? Thank you very much. Take care. Have a good one. Have good luck in Akiba. Akiba on a Sunday. Madman. I will eventually mosey on over that way, I think, though. I might go to Asakusa and say hi to Dave. I think we're not too terribly far from that area, actually. It's a shame the Mr. Donut closed in Akiba. That place was always full, too. How's everyone else doing? What are we up to? Saturday night? Sunday morning? Not too bad. I don't know, 13 minutes from Yogadani? I don't know about that. Hakusaneki. 250,000? Oh, that's an office building. This isn't bad at all. What is this? Something Shikedani. I'll have to check that out later. It's only 36 meters. Never mind, it's smaller than my current apartment. The 53 meters is pretty nice, though. 53 would be a huge increase. Which place was always full? Oh, Akiba. Mr. Donut in Akihabara. I mean, the one in Asakusa we go to is always full too, but the one in Akiba is like huge. It was very, very large. Always full of people. Always full of people. Sunday morning breakfast. Nice. Looking for a bike ride that takes me from my city to a nearby satellite city. Good morning, Cynthia. What's up, Pimster? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Should just be right down the street. 4 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 roads. the backpack cover on too. We're so close, I think we can just push it and get there. We'll come back here after lunch and check out the sakura. Damn! Sakura on both sides. Yeah, we'll come after lunch. Walk off that pastrami sandwich. Are you kidding me? Closes 6 o'clock. Huh. You know, this is my fault. Bob, thanks for being here. This is my fault. I got too hyped for a sandwich. That's my fault. The universe said no, not today. But we do need to put a backpack cover on our backpack. That actually kind of sucks, because that's really all I had planned today, was to get a nice Reuben sandwich. See, it ain't so. That's on me. That's my bad. No, it's not my bad. It's not my bad. I shouldn't have to call every place, especially in Tokyo. In the Inaka, sure. That's on me. I should have called ahead. Should have been more cautious. Is that pastrami on a burger? It is. It is. I guess I can try calling the number. Phone is disconnected. I mean, they have reviews from a month ago. Newest. Yeah, they have a review 6 days ago. Huh. Well, shit. Now I don't know what to eat. I had exclusively pastrami sandwich on my brain. What's up, Beads AS? They had to go to cosplay. Probably went to the PP festival. Backup spots. No, I don't actually have any backup spots. I mean, we're gonna get a lunch, but the fact that it didn't say it was disconnected. It said that this number is not currently in operation and there's not a pushing number to push it to, so we're gonna hang up now. Jiminy Christmas. You got a lunch menu there, bud? Closes at 2. That looks a bit expensive. Midtown Barbecue Tokyo. It's a kids menu. How about the real menu? Weekday lunch. How about weekend lunch? Holy crap. Chicken and ribs plus 2 sides, 3,300 yen. We might have to come up here during the weekdays. Weekdays it looks a lot more reasonable. Weekend prices look like they're trying to take advantage of me. Sunday, we could get a big old burger. Cheddar cheeseburger, 1,155. Does this not come with potatoes though? Blue cheeseburger, 1,485 plus, what is that, 3:30? What time is lunchtime though? How far is it from this place? Directions. It's a 35-minute walk. Alright, well, let's go ahead and start going one way. One last look. Okay. So one we considered? No. It's one that's been around for like 6-7 years. That other one might be okay because it's a takeout only. There's no dine-in. Alright, Chad, let's do a poll. Do we have any no-go? It's closed, Voxwell. Rip? Yeah. And then I tried calling the number. I was like, oh, I'll like call them and see. And then went to the number's not in operation, or the number is down right now with no call forwarding. So we're gonna hang up now. And I was like, oh, cool. Dope. It's not like I planned my entire Sunday to come eat a pastrami sandwich. I'm not crying, it's just the rain, chat. Alright, can we get a poll up if there are any mods who would be so inclined? Indian food or kind of nice looking hamburger? And if it's a 50-50, then I'll go to Taco Bell. Punish everybody for being so neutral. Oh, also, I don't know. Maybe they ran out of pastrami, need to make more? I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, they could have, but I don't think they would shutter. I think they would probably just say, hey, we're out of pastrami. That's what, like, when we went to the sandwich shop yesterday, I was like, can I get some fries? Like, actually, we're sold out of fries. But they're still making stuff, you know, other stuff. Who knows? There's reviews from 6 days ago. I mean, perhaps maybe they shuttered at like, maybe the review was old and then they shuttered like on March 31st. But you would think that there would be a posting or a sign or something outside saying, hey, we're closed, like we're out of business. One would think. No, that's okay. I'm not like, honestly, my guess is, I mean, I guess I'll just try calling them later in the week before I even come out, type of thing. Maybe, who knows, maybe they had some sort of quasi-emergency or real emergency. That's fine. I mean, we're not... This has happened before. It happened to me on my big walk. I thought I was going to get to stay in the Love Hotel, and I had to backtrack. That's okay. We are okay. Dang, it's pretty close. Get your votes in, everybody. Indian food or kind of nice looking hamburger. Wouldn't surprise me with Japanese reviews. Sometimes you see recent reviews that people leave, talk about going to the place years ago. Yeah, that's true as well. Well, the thing is I think the Kinos, they responded 6 days ago or 7 days ago. And they responded, granted, it was a copy-paste, please come to Kinos where we do dine-in, takeout, delivery, thank you for your service, thank you for your order, whatever. It's very much a classic copy-paste response, but still, they responded like a week ago. That's okay. We're all right. We're gonna get some nice eats. $50.50. You guys are gonna be shitting me. Someone did that intentionally. Guess it's Taco Bell. Well, I don't know. I was feeling, I guess we'll see. I guess a hamburger is close-ish to a sandwich. Or we just get this Indian curry here, Hyderabad. This is actually pretty good. Honey cheese naan set? Holy moly. You get one free refill of naan. This is a pretty good price, actually. I voted to tie it up to make it Taco Bell. I knew whoever. Oh shit. Some chaotic neutral stuff going on over there. I mean, this is cheaper than where I was gonna eat too. This is way cheaper than Taco Bell. This is like 600 yen cheaper than Taco Bell. Trying to see if, I think it's empty on the inside. Oh no, someone's in there. Let me see if it's, what do you think, chat? Non-refill is clutch. Yeah, it's a shame you voted against it. One non-refill is, we don't need more than one. All right, we'll go in here. It's decided. Hi, ありがとうございます。はい、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
これは当時、褒美となる領地が不足していたからで、名物茶器は一国一城に匹敵すると位置づけたのである。信長亡き後は、豊臣秀吉の茶道に、天皇や公家を黄金の茶室に招き、金利茶会を催し、また、ある時は、
はい、お願いします。ハイデラバードセットで、
これは利休の目指す豆茶とはかけ離れたものであった。
バターチキンとほうれん草マトン甘口お願いします。
オレンジマトン？
はい、お願いします。と飲み物らしいよ。
辛さ甘口？
あ、甘口、はい、お願いします。マイルド、はい。
飲み物？
らしい。
らしい。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Sorry about that, Pincher. They did not. They don't have sag paneer. No cheese. Yeah, sorry, Pincher. I was kind of feeling the burger too, but then we just like. This is really cheap. Hi, ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
21歳年下の古田オリベである。
Student set? Yeah, I'm not a student. They'll probably ask for an ID or something. Tourist that hadn't snuck up to have a meal by himself. Students at a discount for students? Yes. Hello, test 1, 2. Yeah. Now for students. I mean, I guess they might not ID me, but there's a chance that they could. There are several universities and schools nearby. In fact, we just passed Gakuge Daigaku, which is like a music university. Before that, we passed. I mean, there've been a few we've kind of passed. Bunkyoku, there's a ton up here. I think Todai has a campus nearby. Bunkyo University. Hi, arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
That make you hungry? We'll try. And naan is the goat. Naan is up there with like focaccia. Sorry about that, Spencer. Alright, let's get into this. Oh.趣味だけ。Yeah. アメリカでも日本住んでる。Yeah. I guess I need to start telling people what's my job. Dress for the job you want, not the job you have. Dude, mutton curry is always spicy. It's always like 2 levels spicier than what they advertise it. Ethos pathos, like those things are called. How is it? It's good. Dang, I gotta get on the sponsor game. I don't know if Ahmad's around. If someone could shout out the Dynamite Twins, but it's I-N, not Y-N. I watched them. They are very fun. They're in IRL. They're twins. They're identical twins. And you know what? I'll just do it myself. So I don't want to get it wrong. Let's see. Dynamite Twins. How is always subjective, like Americanized, medium, English, how is it, but anything not that serious? Yeah. Well, I asked for mild. I asked for like. Anyway, they're fun. They're not streaming right now, but they were streaming last night, and they were talking about, like, they have a ton of sponsors, and they're bigger. I mean, they're bigger than me. but they're like in the 200 to 300 range, which is where I aim to be. And so it's like, oh, okay, well, they partner with Sennheiser, they have a couple other sponsors, like. So it's gonna be hard because some of those are not gonna want to, like, some of them cannot work in Asia probably. Like Sennheiser has a Japan office, and I don't know. I've noticed Pete, I mean, granted Pete is giant, but Pete's been doing a ton of sponsored streams lately. And I know, like, even, I think Kurokin is a little bit bigger than us, but he's been doing some sponsored streams. So, like, it exists. Possibility exists. But yeah, I forgot about the A. That's my bad. Anyway, they're good people. They're fun. They're like really, I don't know if bubbly is the right word, but they are fun time. They go to a lot of cool stuff. They're New York based, like Cool Monster. Cool Monster's a cool dude too. But the Dynamite Twins are the one who are organizing the IRL raid in April or maybe May. I need to send a follow-up message maybe to my application. I can't believe they were closed. Sorry, I'm still thinking about that sandwich shop. We're an hour from the soccer store? We're an hour from Mr. Donut. That's not bad. Do we need to campaign for you to be included? No. I don't believe so. I sent my application in. I need to send a follow-up message, but considering if I don't get in, then I'll be a little bit sad, I suppose. Only because I said my schedule was like completely open because they're looking for people to do a raid train. So it's going to be like hours and hours of streaming. And because I'm in a completely different time zone than most of their mutuals, I think it's a really good opportunity to get acquainted with some of the US-based streamers. So it's kind of like when someone says, "Hey, we should hang out," and you say, "Yeah, I'm free anytime. Let me know." And then they go, "Yeah, we'll let you know," and they never let you know. That's how it feels. But they're very good people. So regardless if I get in or not, you should definitely go check them out. I wonder if it's a New York thing. Because Kuma Monster is also very like... Maybe it's because when I'm in Tokyo, I know people don't want to talk. Is there such a thing as being too available? In this situation, no. But no, like I said, I think I mean they're busy. They've got stuff going on. They're about to travel and do some other stuff, but no, I would think not. If you're an organizer of an event, you want people like that. But I like the idea of. I guess I need to maybe become part of the creator club too.
そういう新人はどんな職場にも1人や2人はいるものですが、この店の新人は原さんと福山君の2人だけ。どうしても比べられてしまいます。福山君はなぜパン屋さんになったのでしょう。
Non-refill? Yeah, I'm about to get a non-refill. Colombia versus Japan. I'm gonna have to go home. すみません。あ、すみません。あ、すみません。はい、ナンおかわりお願いします。
はい。ナンのおかわり一つ。
You heard me at first. I'm still feeling a bit ill. Not really. I have some weird like throat, so it doesn't. I don't feel bad. It's just. I think it's just dry. I think I need to clean the filter in my air conditioner because when I wake up, it's a bit dry. But runny nose is pretty much gone. Headache's pretty much gone. For the most part. I feel like you're outside with your cloud ceiling. It's kind of fun. I was looking at it earlier. I was like, oh, that is kind of fun. Yeah, so this is the sandwich shop that... This is not the one we were going to go to today, but this is the one I originally wanted to go to in Asakusa. But it's a lot of meat. Like it might even be worth it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, it's so expensive though. Oh, you know what? That's Uber Eats prices. So there's a chance that if we go to the actual place, it's cheaper because Uber Eats, they charge more money anyway. I guess we can walk over there and see. I mean, we're not going to eat it for... We're not going to go from 2 naans to... 1,100 yen delivery fee? That can't be right. The cheapest one they have, yes, 3,800 yen. We could get the crushed pastrami skin sandwiches, or wedges. Dude, what the fuck? An hour and 11 minutes. That's fine. What's the place called? It's called GMS Deli. But it doesn't show up on Google Maps. It literally is just on Instagram. Uber here is always 3 to 5 quid more expensive. That's what I thought. I thought it was a bit more expensive. So maybe if it's like 3,000 yen, maybe. Maybe. But if anyone has any ideas on sponsorship stuff, let me know. Like I said, I need to get a bicycle at some point in the next couple months, month and a half, 2 months maybe. And once we get the bicycle, a lot more cool stuff. Hi, arigatou gozaimasu. Is this a full one? I don't think this is a full one. They gave it to me in pieces. That's fine. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Got quite a bit more walking. At least another hour of walking. So. What is my budget? Well, I have kind of a couple bikes in mind, but I would like to keep it, for the bike itself, I would like to keep it under $1,000. Or like, plus or minus. The one I was looking at was 160,000 yen, 165,000 yen. It's a road bike with a pretty solid frame and good enough for my height type of thing. But then I would need another probably another couple $100 for accessories and stuff. A couple of like 1 or 2 mounts, phone mount and camera mount. A couple of bags, brackets for the bags. All in, I'd like to be under. All in, I would like to be under $2,000. 220,000. I was 1,800. Oh, I'm sorry, 1,500. 1,500. All in, I like to. Wow, $1,500. And that might be ambitious, but No. Each of them had 3 solid chunks of meat in both of them. The curry was pretty thick too. It's a shame we'll probably never be in this neighborhood again because it's a definite comeback. Yeah, no, I was thoroughly impressed for how cheap the lunch is, even on a Sunday. Most of the places only offer weekday lunch specials. Pimster, thank you very, very, very much for the 102 bits. Went to an Indian lunch buffet the other day. It's gotten more expensive. Yeah. Everything has gotten so expensive lately. Even in Japan, I'm worried about. There's a lot of prices that are supposed to increase, like in the next coming months. Clean Plate Club. How do bits translate to actual currency? I get 1 to 1. So 102 bits is $1.02 to me. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but Twitch gets the actually, those are bowls. Clean Bowl Club. I believe that whenever you get bits from Twitch, they take the cut immediately. You get, I forget what it is. It's $1.30 for 100 bits or something. I don't remember what the markup is. I don't know. I've never looked into it. Everything helps though. So thank you. 300 costs you $290. Oh, okay, nice. So not, I guess it's still about $1. User pays a cut rather than the streamer, yeah. We gotta mix that lassi up. I do need to look into all of that. If you buy 100 bits, it's $1.40. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Pete keeps talking about doing, changing his passport. I wonder if some companies would not want. I mean, I guess all the game companies wouldn't really care. They'd be the same, but streamers pay in their country's currency. For the most part, yes. With donations, it goes to PayPal as dollars, and then that sits tight until I do something with it. I can either convert it on. Converting it on PayPal is not too bad. I think it's like 2.5–3%. It's not bad. Audio have so much delay, does it? Does it really have a delay? Considering you're the first person to say something about it, I'm gonna probably say it's you, not me, but I rebooted it anyway for you. I'm not noticing a delay? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like 2 seconds and it's yours. Reboot your own window, bud. All right, let's get out of here.
ありがとうございます。どうもありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。よし。Alright. Sunglasses. Check. Let's put you all down here. That goes there. I can zip this up. Protect from the wind. Alright, let's get going. Connection's good. Connection's good. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, sorry, you guys were looking at the seat. My bad. Yeah, I was not paying attention. Oh, Sakura Matsuri, that's right. Let's go back that way. Completely forgot for a second. What's up, Ayo Watya? Thanks for coming in. Senseless, thank you for the raid. It's me, I'm human. Thank you for the follow. Dr. Ilium, good to see you. Hi, Mr. Martian, hello. What's up, Senseless, how are you? I'm doing well. We're about to go back and catch some sakura. Completely skipped my mind. I was so bummed about the pastrami sandwich place that I was like, let's just go. Let's just keep walking. We'll go back and see about these little sakura blossoms. Hopefully. You know how pissed I'm gonna be if I walk by and Dino's is open, or Kino's? They were just like closed early for lunch or something. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be too mad, but I would have to force feed myself a pastrami sandwich. How's everyone doing? Thank you for coming. Hope you had a good stream with Mr. Senseless. My name is Sensei Martian. I walk around parts of Japan. I live in Tokyo, so a lot of my streams will be in Tokyo, but I do travel around Japan and try to walk and stream that as well. I got a couple of big trips planned this year. Still hammering out the finer details of all of that, but we will be moving around a bit. Dang, how far did we walk down? When did you move to Japan? I moved to Japan 9 years ago. March 2016. How's it like with Mr. Geckman? It was good. Lyle and I have become pretty good friends. In fact, I only saw him as the gecko like twice. 3 times. I think it was very important for him as well to like spend time not doing gecko things. Obviously he enjoys doing gecko things as well, but it's also good to, you know, water the part of yourself that's more personal. Gotta go, bye. See ya. Pop-Tart. Bye-bye. Ron Sports, thanks for the follow. We should watch Godzilla, so I thought it was fitting to rage you. Tough to be a gecko, I'm sure he deserves what I'm happy. So that's the problem though, is it's kind of hard to like, objectively, it's hard to be like unhappy when you, I mean, it's not objective. It's how to say this. You know, it's his dream to be. Was his dream at some point to be somewhat famous, and you know, internet famous or doing things and self-employed and comedy adjacent and all these things. But you know, being tired of certain aspects of it, that's okay too. But yeah, he and I mean, we talk every couple days. We shoot some text messages or like each other's Instagram posts. Glad you got to hang out together. Me too. Me too. How far up is this cherry blossom thing? didn't think it was this far back. It's a few minutes north of the sandwich place. Oh, look at this big floofer. I guess he's not very floofy. He's just a big old good boy. Did you pass the pastrami place? I don't believe so. I think pastrami place is just up here. I think it's across the street from the Porsche. That's a pretty big dog. Okay, here's the pastrami place. Oh, looks like there's a lot more people here now than before. Still closed. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna come up here one more time but we're gonna call ahead and make sure they're actually open. Or find another restaurant in the area that we wanna check out just in case. We're gonna tilt you guys up a little bit so we can get a little bit better. What I like most about Tokyo, incredibly walkable, reasonably cheap for a large city, always changing, tons of international food. We'll do a loop down and back. Catch Sakura from both angles. These are pretty much gone. They'll be gone in a couple of days. This is a big sakura tree. There's stalls set up, not here. Yeah, maybe further down. We'll check out. I assume they're just calling it a matsuri because there's literally on both sides of both streets there are, over here too, there's just cherry blossoms lined the whole way. I don't think it's a proper matsuri. Oh dang, goes all the way down, huh? Dang, this is a very long stretch of sakura trees. I did not know this existed. Near Myogadani Station. Myogadani and Kasugadori. Now we know. No, I didn't. I didn't speak or read any Japanese when I came here. Zero. And honestly speaking, you don't really have to know those things if you come from an English-speaking country. I've learned to get somewhat proficient because I like talking during my travels, but you'll see tons of content creators who live here, who have lived here for a long time, that struggle to order food, much less make a reservation or anything like that. And those are very basic tasks. Those are tasks that, you know, middle school kids can do. Maybe even grade school. Sudden Apollo, thank you for the follow. Baby sakura trees, there's a couple of small ones and there's a couple of bigger ones. It's cool to see, like I said, there's 3 rows, 1 on each side, and then 1, or like 1, I guess 2 on each side, 1 on each side, and then 1 down the middle. They taped up the taped up the garbage collection. How was Hanami yesterday? I was there for about an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe, just chatting, and then I went home. Everyone there was properly liquored up by the time I said hello. So then, by that time, I had not been drinking at all. So no shade to people who drink at all. I drink from time to time. But whenever someone has been drinking for like 3 or 4 or 5 hours and I have had 0 drinks, everyone else is on a different level. It's like, I'm good. For me to catch up to that level is not worth it. And yeah. And plus all the trains were super delayed, the normal trains. So it took me forever to get back home. I had to wait like 20 minutes for a train in Shinjuku. 15, 20 minutes. $7-Eleven up here. You should probably get some hydration of some sort, but it's not like necessary, I suppose. Not fun to take? No, it's always fun. Their Art of the Group is a really good gang of group. Like it's always a good group. No, it's fun. It's always good to see people. Just, anybody. I mean, if anyone's been drinking for hours and I'm showing up sober, it's just a different vibe, Also, there's a lot of people, like not at the actual Art of the Hanami, not that many people, but there's just a ton of people around. And I think being around that many people does drain my social battery a bit. At least when I'm walking, I can like pass through it. I'm not like just sitting there soaking in it. Like an hour? No. What inspired you to make my channel? I mean, I had one years and years ago. I had this same channel. Everyone was streaming Fortnite, and I was like, oh, I like playing Fortnite. I'll try it too. And then I never went anywhere with it. So I was like, okay, not for me. Streaming and playing games, not what I want to do. And at the time, I don't think IRL really existed. 2016, 2017. Obviously now we know there are a few people, the pioneers of it all, but I wasn't watching. It wasn't a top category on Twitch or anything. And so I didn't really know about it. And then when Lyle came in 2022, December 2022, he was doing some IRL streaming. He had gotten a sponsored backpack and he wanted to, he wanted to do a stream. So he was streaming in Tokyo. I politely requested, hey, can I come get a picture? He said, sure. And then ended up being on his stream for like an hour and 10, 20 minutes. And then he and I spoke afterwards as well. I took him to his next destination. It's about an hour away. So we talked for about an hour. Said goodbye, gave him a hug. That was it. Didn't really talk to him much for the next couple years. And then, you know, I come back from my big walk and I thought, you know what? We'll try calling him. We'll try, like, we'll just, we'll see. We'll see if we get through. And we did. We got through and we talked to him. I updated him and he said, well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty crazy. So, a couple months after that, he reached out. He said he's coming to Japan to visit, hang out for an extended period of time. And so he said he wanted to go for a walk. I said, sure. As far as why I started my channel, the reason I started getting into IRL is because Therapy Gecko, Lyle, his community was like, wow, your message is inspirational. You should definitely stream and help people out. And I was like, okay, cool. If I can help like 3 people out, then I'll stream. You know, if I can get 3 to 5 people to watch me consistently, I'll stream. And then over time, it was like, okay, I want to lose weight, but I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to become a fitness channel or anything like that. It's just like, oh, I want to get steps in. I want to move around and, you know, try to contribute. And then like about a year and a half ago, after I'd been streaming for a little while, I realized there's a ton of creators who get Japan wrong, even people who've lived here for a very long time. They don't really know what they're talking about because they never bothered to get above like baby level Japanese. And a lot of them only stick around like really big towns. And that's fine, whatever. Everyone's got their own thing, but I thought, okay, I can do something, I can offer something a little bit different perhaps. Now, yeah, when I'm in Tokyo, it's largely the same. A lot of Tokyo-based streamers, you just walk around and pop your head into a shop and find something cool, or go to a pop-up, or go to Akiba. But, you know, I wanted to go out and explore, so I did my first walk, Tokyo to Kyoto. And that was pretty good. I really liked that. And then a few months after that, I did my big walk, bottom of Japan to top of Japan. And now that's all I can think about is doing stuff like that as often as I can. So what's up, Jabberwocky? Just a handful until 2019, yeah. Well, and then COVID happened, 2020, 2021. Japan was pretty much shut down. So I think some streamers went home. Some streamers stuck it out. I do wish, I mean, had I been streaming at that time, but again, I'm not disappointed. I don't regret anything. I don't regret starting when I did. I've been in a good headspace to stream since I started. If I started when I was younger, perhaps I would have more ego or have more, I would be more likely to do things to get some more viewers, but now I'm very happy with slow and steady. I mean, like Lyle has mentioned before too, every time someone goes viral, it, you know, you might get 1 million likes, but only 10 people stick around, and that's fine, because you really want to make content for the 10 people that stick around. Always chasing virality is not good, I think. I think it's unstable, and it also is very unsatisfying at the end if you're not actually making. Now, if the stars align and you're making viral content that is also something you like to do, congratulations, you've solved the Da Vinci Code, cracked the Rubik's Cube. But I think most people who get into content, it starts to become a chore, and at a certain point they, you know, and again too, like if you're big enough, it doesn't really matter. You'll always have just a massive audience, but Anyway, thanks for the questions. Does anyone have any other questions? I don't know how much of that came through. You guys are tucked a little bit low. Or if the mic is scratching, that could be a possibility too. Sounded good? Okay, good, good, good. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Like I said, we got a lot of stuff in the barrel, in the chamber this year. If we can successfully pull a lot of it off, then I'll be pretty happy. A lot of it's going to come down to me though, how much effort I put into stuff. Largely YouTube. That's the... Streaming is, I love streaming. I love, you know, hanging out with everybody. Editing YouTube and editing Instagram is going to be a difficult thing to get in the habit of. Are all the big walk VODs able to watch it here on YouTube? They will be on YouTube. Yeah. I respect that. Thank you. Hiring for editors? I'm not hiring. Unfortunately. I don't make enough money to hire anybody at this moment. I do appreciate it, but yeah. Not quite there yet. I do, I am thankful for the offer though, thank you. Yeah. And I'm not like, I don't know, I know that's a real job and I know that's, so I don't want to ask people to help out with it because I know I won't be able to pay them. Is the VOD channel open to the public yet? No, I haven't posted anything. Or I haven't published anything. I think what I need to do is I'm gonna drop all of the Tokaido stuff, like probably tonight, tomorrow. The problem is I don't know what to do with like 2025's VODs. I want to organize the trips VODs day by day, so they publish whenever, like, close to whenever I finished type of thing. I like this shot over here. I don't even know where we're at. Oh, this is not updated at all. Oh, it is updated. Interesting. That is Korakuen. Wow, we wasted a bunch of time earlier, I guess. Back, how was lunch? It was good. It was a nice, nice little Indian restaurant. Two curry and a refill of naan for 950 yen. Tokyo Classic right there. You know, actually, it's funny. There are more. I've seen more Indian restaurants throughout Japan than almost any other restaurant, as far as one specific style of restaurant. I mean, maybe ramen is technically first, but I'll be like, dude, I'll be like in Yoichi. Kind of a suburb of Sapporo and Hokkaido. There'll be like 2 or 3 Indian restaurants. Not a complaint by any means. I love Indian food. I love Nepali food. I don't like the spiciness so much, but you know, you can get that milded. I think we're actually supposed to take a right up here. I'll give me 1 second. There's a couple of good questions that I just saw pop up as I was wanting to check my map phone. I'm not ignoring them. I'm just temporarily checking them out. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, we're gonna take a right up here. Oh man, I missed the green light. Dude, that was a quick green light. Okay. Has your mom ever visited? You and your brothers must have gotten the travel boxes somewhere. She visited twice. She's visited twice. I don't know if it's necessarily a travel bug. Mom used to take us on different road trips when we were growing up. She always said don't go to the same place twice. Always go to new places, but as I have gotten older, I kind of disagree with that. But anyway. There hasn't been any serious concerns. Do you expect anything in the near future for Japan? No, not at all. And the reality is, even if they did have anything, the bigger reality is that the tourist streamers are going to do it anyway, because they don't know about regulations. Because to regulate streaming, you'd have to regulate SIM cards, and to go back into the day where you had to have an address to get a SIM card. Unless the SIM cards were highly throttled to the point that you were unable to stream. Like you could still download videos and stuff, but your upload speed was too slow. That's the only way that they could even try to do something like that. I would love for there to be a license. I would love for there to be like, you have to have N3, N2 level Japanese. You take a test, you get a license, and then you roll up to anywhere. You show them your license and you get to stream or record. It costs X amount per year to maintain. And then you can go anywhere, you show them the license, and then if there's ever any complaints, if you ever receive complaints, that you can get your license revoked and you can get denied. That would be a super cool way to do it. Problem is, it's such a niche problem and such a very specific problem that they would much rather just blanket ban it. Kind of what's happening in Tokyo right now. Like especially in Shibuya and Shinjuku, I'd say like half of the restaurants have no TikTok, no Instagram, no live, no video. And it's not just the foreign tourist streamers, it's also a lot of Japan-based streamers causing relative problems or being just a nuisance. So no, I don't anticipate any regulation at all. Best you can hope for is it not being outright banned. Yeah. I'd rather see a cultural test than an in-level test. I agree with that, but I do think language should be a component. And unfortunately, unless they develop a new test, some base level, as much as I like to kind of sneer my nose at the JLPT, it would be a solution. Because they're not going to make a specific test, a specific cultural test. I know they have a tour guide license in Japan, but I don't think it costs anything. I think you just take a test. That would be cool, but ultimately, I would like there to be some component of language, because you need to be able to like request permission to film, explain what you're doing, things like that. Explain that you're going to do things properly or as properly as possible. And like N3 and 2 is not going to do that. I agree 100% with that. But have some component level. Again, it doesn't have to be N3 and 2 exactly, but that level of usage, that level of speaking test or that level of listening test, reading signs, like this says Satsue Kinshi, means you cannot record here, that type of thing. I don't know. It's not, I mean, it's really not possible to have a perfectly tailored test. You'd need someone to, and also it would piss off a lot of people as well. And again, some people would still keep doing it anyway. But I mean, realistically, they should be, I mean, just like big companies have broadcasting licenses, broadcasting rights, it would make sense that they had like an individual level broadcaster application or something. But again, the amount of work required to how specific the problem is doesn't make sense. I don't know, Japan less paperwork? Yeah. Expect they won't bother until something in the voting public gets very interested? Nah. If Mr. Salami had really no, I mean, I guess they kind of did. They introduced the Meiwaku Haishin, Meiwaku Satsue rules, but they're so vague. No, I did not hear she was temporarily banned from Taiwan. I don't ever watch her. I don't watch, like, the biggest streamer I sometimes watch is Rob. And that's, I mean, even then, I guess occasionally I'll watch, like, Mort Dog. He's the lead TFT game dev for TFT. I said I was redundant there, but I don't watch too many big streamers anymore. Pete, I watch Pete. Pete's pretty big, but over like the 2,000-3,000 range, I almost never watch. And especially IRL streamers. If they're not based in Japan, I'm probably, I mean, I started watching Dynamite Twins. They're really fun. Kuma Monster in New York City, I like him. But it also depends on the scheduling. Scheduling is the biggest one. David Zermack, thank you very much for the 190 bits. I recently met a TikTok street interviewer in Shibuya and talked with him for a while. To be honest, absolutely nothing would disrupt that trend other than roaming police officers constantly on the lookout. Yeah, well, that's same with my thing. I mean, yeah, sure, someone could come find me and like tell me to stop, but even then, it would be very difficult. If I was on a bike, it would be impossible. Point I've seen was a paperwork snafu or miscommunication about a work permit visa or something she was doing in Taiwan. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Tuesday to just meet away on a bike, cops wouldn't bother. Exactly. I mean, that's surreal. Even walking, like, as soon as they see I'm just walking and I'm not really causing an issue, they'd be like, oh, okay, you're free to go. But isn't she from Taiwan? Wasn't she born and raised in Taiwan? Again, I don't know anything about any streamer, really. Keeps my life low stress, thinking about other streamers. Why would I think about other streamers when I can just think about chat? Chat Fright, thank you very much for the follow. Ooh, that reminds me. We have a friend from Ardedly. His name is Rick. He does photography. And he wants to come on a stream, and he wants me to be part of his next photography project. He just wants to take pictures of me walking around. He asked me yesterday at the Hanami, and I said, absolutely. That sounds super cool. Sounds fun. He's a super good guy. He's so sweet. Beauty Art Semon Gakko. It's an art college of some sort. Beauty Art College. I don't know what this is. This looks like a church of some sort. Oh, that might be Do. Something Do Chuo. It's written right to left, so it's old. Chuo something Do. I'm guessing it's a. I'm guessing it's a. Guessing it's a. It's either a church or like a. I don't think it's a church. I think it's. I don't think it looks kind of like a church, but I think it's more like a different religious thing. This is a cute little neighborhood. Hongo. There's a couple of stations up this way. It's actually not too expensive either. I thought about living up here. Otsuka, Hongo. I think it's like Hongo Sanchome maybe. But moving is going to be impossible for the next couple years, at least. It's going to be very, very difficult to move. 100 views of Sensei Martian. These are the prior original video film, but I see that stepping away into the assumption seems to be coming. It's okay unless you stop me. That's a problem. And even for me, I like, as you saw whenever we entered, I kind of had my camera pointed down. And then I set it up because I saw no film sign, or like no filming signs anywhere. Also, this is, I'm slightly stereotyping here, but a lot of like non-Japanese restaurants are totally fine with you filming and being on camera. They're like super cool with it. Pretty much, I haven't been turned down yet in a couple years of streaming. And a lot of the times, again, I usually ask, but if it's like, oh, the vibe is like, oh, just kind of put it up and see. But if I go in there and the vibe feels like, I should probably ask, then I definitely ask. Like yesterday at the sandwich shop, the guy asked if I was a streamer. I had it pointed straight down, and I was like, yeah, is that okay? I was like, yeah, that's fine. He kind of laughed, because I'm sure he gets a lot of streamers going in there. And he's friends with Pete. He's good friends with Pete. He's like, oh yeah, Pete had food here yesterday. So he's used to like big streamers. So it's always kind of, you know, whenever you're just a little chihuahua. But most places are, again, even if you ask permission, but I do think what's gonna happen is they're gonna kind of ban it, and then it's gonna go back to like getting permission to film, which I would almost be okay with that, because there's kind of goods and bads to that. Goods are like, okay, if I want to go to a place on, you know, Tuesday, then I call a few days in advance, tell them what I want to do, and then when I show up on Tuesday, I get to do it. Like there's no maybe about it. It's like, oh, I get to go. So having routine or having a system, that becomes a normal, which then allows, you know, programmed scheduled content, I think typically does a little bit better, even for live streaming. That's one thing I do respect about Rob a lot. When he's in Tokyo, he's, you know, looking for pop-ups and he's looking for things to do. And I think it does help. Having specific things to like go do. Helps a lot. Where is this? It's near Hongo Sanchome. Yeah, I don't normally turn my location on just in case I accidentally go back to my house and then I end up doxing my home address, or close enough to my home address that you could take a guess. You could probably Google Yushima too. Yushima Tenmangu. I took a nap at 12. That's a rip. I took a nap last night at like 8:30, 9 o'clock, and that was a giant mistake. I remember when people would call in the businesses where Rob was streaming to get them kicked out for a while. It was happening once every couple weeks. Well, that's also, I don't want to say that's on Rob, because unfortunately it's not, but if it happened to, like, if that happened to me consistently, what does that tell you? It tells you, it's just like getting swatted, right? If people are swatting you, what do? You talk to the police and you say, hey, probably that's not a real call. So same thing here. If he just goes in without asking, people call him, get him in trouble. But if he goes in and says, hey, I am very famous. I would love to stream myself and the food here, and I want to eat here. It's free promotion. He wouldn't even have to say it like that. because that is another thing that he's got. Like, once you get to a certain size, you can do whatever you want. Like, if you just know how to ask. Like, even me, I'm a nobody. But I've had people like, oh, you've got 6,000 Instagram followers. That's pretty cool. And like, that's nothing. 6,000 is a drop in the bucket. Like when Lyle showed somebody his numbers, they were like, oh my God, you're like a celebrity. And he's like, I dress up like a gecko on the internet. Like that was, I think that was some of my fun, like favorite moments. Love Lyle, he's a good dude. But he would like, they'd be like, so what do you do? He's like, oh, I make some YouTube stuff. And they're like, oh, what kind of YouTube? Like, I want to make YouTube. What kind of YouTube? And he's like, they're like, is it your full-time thing? He's like, yeah, it's my full-time thing. And then they'd be like, well, so what do you do? And he's like, I dress up like a lizard and talk to people. I dress up like a gecko, talk to people on the internet. And then people were so confused. And then you like pull out his phone and show them his like Instagram. And some people saw it before. And then other people who hadn't seen it, especially Japanese people, they were like, are you a frog? And he's like, no, I'm a gecko. And then it's like, well, why a gecko? Why do you dress up like a gecko? And Lyle's just kind of like, I mean, I don't, like, I had the costume and I was just trying stuff one day and anyway. And then they're like, oh, you have almost 1 million Instagram followers? Like, it blew a bunch of people's minds. And it was so fun to like third party that situation. Because I'm pretty much just, at that point I was just a translator for some people, or for like Lyle. And so then it's just like we're trying to explain it and they're like, we don't understand. Why are you famous? And then I'm just kind of like, he talks to people on the internet. And Lyle's the same way. He's like, I talk to people. Then whoever was, that's what I'm also terrified about. Like, that's why I think in like the 200 to 300, sub 500, I mean, even up to 1,000 maybe. But it really depends. If you piss off one person, then you're just cooked for a long time. Because you're probably absolutely right. There's probably like one Japanese person who was like, fuck this guy. 100 views of Martian. You know, it's funny you say that, Voxel. I want to do like 32 days of sketching myself. Sketching a self-portrait. I think that would be kind of fun. Oh shit. Is this Ueno Park? You guys want to see we're going to lose signal, so we're not going to go into the belly of the beast, but if you want to see real Hanami, this is the shit up here. This is the Heisenberg source of sakura viewing up here. The infamous Ueno Koen, once we go up this way. Like I said, we're not going to go into the full belly of the beast, but saw this a couple days ago, incredible. The problem is this place can turn awful real quick too. Damn, this lady must be a model. Digging that coat too. All right, we're gonna kind of dip our toe into this one. This isn't even the full Ueno Park. Sakura season is my bliss. Yeah, so many people. Yeah, no. The last 2 years I've tried, I couldn't even get cell phone service, like normal cell phone service, much less streaming service. But this one shot might be worth. Supposed to be on the fly on the wall for train wrecks, yeah. Yeah, we see all the people over there, so we're gonna take a little detour. That's the bathroom. Yeah, we're gonna, yeah. Even at Ueno Station, you guys will see here in a second. Absolutely awful. How many people can fit on the crosswalk? One of the cosplay girls, I can't remember the gentleman, she's rocking 4 motives, is still sketchy. Yeah. Yep. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, at that point too, it doesn't matter how many modems, and having that many modems almost, because again, you're fighting against thousands and thousands of people. Damn. This is a proper, this is a real concert. Holy shit.
大学もさしてこう。
I'll go this way.
いいかわいい。めちゃくちゃかわいい。
How's this?
かわいい。
Very shallow. Less than a foot right here. What's up, Bird Banes? It's like this for the Emperor's birthday. See, Naruhito Tenno is what, February 23rd? Island RE, thank you for the follow. I always forget if it's the 23rd or, it's not the 28th, it's the 28th. 23rd. Because I think Akihito Tenno's was December 23rd, if I remember correctly. People just love a festival no matter what. That's true. It's an escape. I think that's why nomikais were such a thing too. I mean, I know that's one of the reasons. If you get blackout drunk every day, work isn't as bad. The real reason I did that, it was very cute, but oh, you know what? Take a selfie. It's a festival, kind of. I assume it's a cherry blossom festival. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh shit. We just saw some ice cream. Sakura no hana ice. Oh, sakura no ko, probably. Cash only? 500 yen. It's a bit steep. It's a bit steep. Soft serve ice cream, not at festivals. Yes, 500 yen for the cherry blossom flavored or for the matcha flavored one.
お花見を限定メニューご用意しております。ビールと
Almost the price of a something like that. Earthquake stuff. Yep, earthquake stuff.
私たちは現在ミャンマーで起きた大地震を支援するため募金活動を行っています。私たちミャンマーに
朝これなんかずっとこうやっていたら。
Nice car. It looked like a McLaren if I got a good look at it. You guys want to see people? Not as bad as Ueno Park, but Hamayoko's pretty bad. It's like half a head taller than me. Yeah, I don't know enough about the recent earthquake in Southeast Asia, actually. That doesn't. Careful talking about height. I suppose I do invite height-related conversations. I mean, that guy's got to be like 6'6". If you want to go up this way. Let me hold that 950 yen. let's summon a person. I saw a video of a girl in a, like, I guess her boyfriend or something was in the pool, and then she was laying on one of the beach beds or whatever, the pool chairs. And that shit looked, I mean, at that point you just send out a text message if you can. This is actually one of my favorite stations to like take pictures of. This one and a couple ones further down. Because I believe that's up at the top is quite old. This is near the zoo, right? Yeah, the zoo is on the other side. But the zoo and the park are gonna both be grossly overcrowded today. If we ever do a zoo visit, we'll have to do it like weekdays. Yeah, no, Ueno Park is like one of the, if it's not the busiest, definitely top 2. Like, I guess perhaps Nakameguro might technically be busier, but there's no sitting down, so Ueno Park, you just sit down and hang out all day. Ooh, one of my favorite little buildings is coming up here too. It's a mustached man down here at the edge of Kappabashi, or one of the Kappabashi roads. Yayoi-ken is a good restaurant. It's a chain, but it's good. Similar-ish in vibes to Otoya. We'll be visiting Dave after stream. That's kind of the goal. We're getting close to closing time though. Because we have 17 minutes until ads, but I think we're like 25 minutes from Mokuhankan. 20 to 25. I guess I could snooze ads, say bye to everyone. I like, Dave doesn't mind us streaming at Mokuhankan, but the problem is once you move past the set of stairs, once you move past the front desk, connection immediately goes down the drain. It's not even close. There's a little shrine over there. Those are super nice too, grilled squids. You know, it's funny, I used to like grilled squids when I first came here, and now I don't hate them. They're just, it's a bit chewy. So I'm a good old-fashioned jagabata fiend. Wait, did we miss the... His building is a bunker. It's quite robust. It's quite robust. I guess perhaps if I was on the Wi-Fi, but I don't want to ask for the Wi-Fi password just so I can stream like 10 minutes in there. That's new. Osaka Osho. Or looks new. Tomorrow's Monday. Might be nice to go check out. Let me see, where do we want to go check out? There's a couple of neighborhoods I want to check out, but I think they're more of like nighttime checkouts. Kita Senju, Minami Senju. Let's go south of Shinagawa maybe. Take the Toyoko line, maybe? That's a live band. Pitbull Bar. Wish you were here. Kanak. Cafe and Bar. All the lights are off though, so they might be having a jam session. Door also appears to be shut. All day. Monday blues setting in. I need to, what time is it right now? 4 o'clock? All right, what I need to do today, have to do today, gotta go to the supermarket, gotta get some groceries. And then I need to get back home, and my goal for today, work goal for today, is to make sure the English contract and pricing is up to my side of things is up to date, and publish all of the shorts that I have remaining. Not all of them, that's a lot. At least half of them. Get to like day 100 and I don't know the last short I posted. tomorrow the goal is to wake up early-ish, and I'd like to just start getting in the routine of getting out the door by like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Ideally we stream for like 4 to 6 hours, but if I can just start getting out the door by 6, 7 a.m., I'll take that as a win. And gradually length will happen. I like to be getting at least 20K steps in per stream, if not more. Do you think that's internally motivated or an influence of tourism? No, I don't think it has anything to do with some of these, like this one. Having some of the signs in English might be, but most of the building names, the building owners are all Japanese. I mean, even if you own your house, it's probably, houses, I mean, I guess you might own, but a lot of the building names are it's people who own one or more buildings. But for a long time, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, English was like cool. So they'll have a building, Sky Tree Heights, something like that, Asakasa Heights. So English menus and stuff, that's because of tourism, 100%. But building names, I don't think really matter too much for tourists. Now, in the future, we'll see how many, how much overseas capital is thrown around in Japan. So far, a lot of places have been pretty hesitant to invest too heavily in Japan because they're worried about, shrinking economy, shrinking population, aging population. Lots of red tape to start a business in Japan. Especially if you haven't lived here for if you're trying to come from the outside in, that's pretty troublesome. If you've already lived here for a few years and you have a different type of visa and you get an exchange, that stuff maybe, but it's one of my favorite things. If I changed my address, I tried to register my building name as a katakana kanji and they just changed it to English and told me not to do that. Interesting. 20K? Does it help with weight management? I'm trying to lose some weight, but I've walked far more than that. No, 20K is just to make sure my legs don't go weak. So when I do go and do a big trip, 20K is still a good balance. 10K is not enough to prep for a big trip. 20K is enough to 20K is enough that you're still doing fair distances. So when you do a random 30, 40K day, if you're used to doing 20K and then you start doing 25K, it's not like, oh wow, this sucks. But if you're only used to doing 10K and then you start doing 25 out of the blue, 30K out of the blue, I like that. Not used to walk much at all, then aim for 10K. Aim for 10K, and when you hit 5, be happy about that. 10K, if you walk at a decent, moderate pace, 10K is about 2 hours of walking. Like a steady pace. 10,000 steps is about 2 hours of walking. Depending on your stride, depending on elevation, depending on terrain. It just depends. Like my casual ho-hum walk is like 3.5 to 4 kilometers with this backpack. 3.5 to 4 kilometers. 1 kilometer of mine is about 1,250 to 1,300 steps. So 4 kilometers would be 5,200 steps. So 4 kilometers an hour, 5,000-ish steps an hour. Now, can I go sicko mode and like really hoof it? Sure. But that also changes the actual steps because I'm taking longer strides. Hello, 20K steps? Yeah, 20K steps. I mean, we've done 20 kilometers tons of times too, but we're genuinely just talking about 20K steps. But 20 kilometers is also not too bad. 20 kilometers is about, I don't know, 35,000 steps. Maybe a little bit less actually. $20 kilometers would be 26,000 to 28,000 steps probably for me. 1,300 per kilometer. But like on our big trip, we had multiple days into the 30, 40,000s, even several days into the like 45 to 50,000 range. And we had a couple in the 60, but those are like never again days. We don't actually want to do those types of days. We're gonna miss the green light, that's okay. If you're not used to walking, you need to lose a little weight, don't go to street. Yes, that's what I said earlier. Like I said, I think it's a good idea to aim for 10K. And then when you hit 5, be happy about that. Taito Ward office over there. That's a big post office too. Welcome in everybody. Klan Amy, Aruna. 5K isn't enough. No. Here's the thing though. If you push too hard, you're gonna get injured. And then those 5K steps equals 0K steps. Initially, if you're that overweight, like I'm still a pretty big guy. Like even now I'm sitting around 130 kilograms, plus or minus a kilogram. 280 pounds or something. 275 to 2, whatever the napkin math is on that, 130 times 2.2. For me, again, everything, I mean, I've done, even at this weight, I've done 60,000 steps, but post bone spurs, I don't like doing more than 30,000 steps a day. I can do it, and I've done it, but it's not something I enjoy. Once it starts to hurt, it's not fun anymore. But I legitimately enjoy walking too. But like I said, you should aim for 10. Biggest thing I can recommend is if you're severely overweight and like 5, 10 is too hard, severely look into cutting calories at home for like a month, a couple weeks to a month. Still get your steps in. Try to get some steps in. Don't push it. And be sure to stay hydrated too. A lot of people think they're hungry when they're actually just thirsty. Not the steps with the intensity. I'll agree with that. But I think initially too, very initially, it's just about building routine and good habits. Intensity is very, very important, but again, if you are really intense one day and then you take the next 1 or 2 days off, like a steady 5 to 10 versus like 20 one day and then 0 the next couple is, you know, you gotta look at the overall volume to an extent. Buying a postal scale is very good too, or cooking scale, whatever you want to call it. Very useful as well. If you're eating 150 grams of chicken, cut it down to 120. Cut it down to 100. You know, you're eating 150 grams of rice, cut it down to 100. Even like cookies, you can still have cookies. Instead of having 2 cookies, have 1 cookie. Good footwear, yep. That's another thing people neglect. At the very least, it must be somewhat comfortable. Also, look at your toe boxes too. A lot of people buy shoes that are slightly too tight, and when you start to walk too much, you get ingrown toenails, and then you don't want to walk. It's not when you're very heavy. Just depends. I suppose I always did so much walking just around Tokyo that when I started to kind of walk a little bit more seriously, it wasn't as difficult. But definitely, if you're not used to it, definitely, because your feet too, your feet will get bruised. Happen to me sometimes. Hard to work out of about it. Yes, exactly, Ronnie Nori. You vegan, I believe, beans and nuts. Yeah, that's another thing. Consider changing. Like, I know for me, I stopped eating scrambled eggs in the morning and I switched to tofu. I don't eat breakfast currently because it is what it is. I mean, that's just time, and sleep schedule's been fucked. So, but yeah, substitute, like, the jump from 2 scrambled eggs to like 100, 150 grams of tofu, it's negligible. Even if I eat 300 grams of tofu, it's like less than like an egg, I think. Or it's pretty close to the same. Also, eggs have really high cholesterol. Not like, I mean, I guess it's relative to what else you're eating, but when I was eating like eggs and chicken and other stuff, I'm like, oh, I'm getting a lot of cholesterol. And that's not even like, heaven forbid I put salt or shoyu or something on, you know, soy sauce, which is essentially straight cholesterol, sodium. I'm not a doctor or a nutritionist, so take everything I say with a bit of a grain of salt. But just try to reduce your bad habits. Again, you don't have to live, like, people, myself included, I used to just try to go cold turkey on everything. And then it would work for like a week, maybe 2. And I go back, I'm like, damn, I really want, you know, cake donuts or whatever my weakness of the month is. Man, I really want chocolate flake. chocolate cornflakes, you know. Just divvy it up. Instead of 1 bag of cornflakes a night, have half a bag. Instead of half a bag, have a quarter of a bag. Eventually make a bag last a week, you know. And it gets to the point where you go, well, I don't really need this stuff anymore. Go from there. Is meat expensive? Some meat is. Egg cholesterol seems to flip-flop. Well, I'm just saying generally, in general, just kind of look and see what the cholesterol, I know there's good cholesterol, bad cholesterol. That's why I'm saying please go talk to your doctor and or nutritionist if you have one. My TLDR is you can still have what you want. Just start to kind of like ration it out. Oh, damn. 120 for our favorite sports drink. That's good to know. This is close to Dave's, so. Yeah, you can still have what you want. Just start to slightly reduce the sizings of them. Because that's far healthier than like a cheat day, I think. Again, I mean, don't look at my body as a current example, but some meat is expensive. Chicken's not too bad. I get 2 kilograms of chicken for 1,180 yen at Hanamasa. 2 kilograms lasts me, if it's just me cooking, 2 kilograms lasts me like 4 days, twice 2 meals a day. If my significant other and I are both eating it, it lasts us 2.5 days. Nice. I'm not even sure you're supposed to be driving on this street, actually. Not sure what larger than that. Yeah, well, that's what I meant. That was a large bike. Above 400 cc's. I like red meat. Beef, you can get some decent things on. Most of the time when I see beef, it's 109 to 159 per 100 grams yen. And occasionally you can find it for like 10-20% off. If you're super giga lucky, you can find some that are like 30 to 50% off, but that's very uncommon. Usually I see it for 20-ish by the time I decide to get red meat. All right, we're gonna quickly take a little peek, see if they're busy. Nearly empty shop. Where is this? This is Asakusa. This is, I forget the name of this street. I wonder if I don't really have anything to say to Dave except hi, now that I think about it. And he looks, let's see, how many customers are there? 1, 2, 3. Happidori, that's right. Hoppidori. 2 new customers. We'll do a lap. look a bit busy. It's real? Mokuhankan? Mokuhankan is real. No photo, eh? Osaka no Asakusa. I'll type it in chat. Give me 1 second. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. All right, we're gonna head out. Tomorrow we'll be live, kind of like I said, I'm gonna try to aim a little bit early-ish. We're gonna raid into, I think Katie and Eric are out and about. Thank you everyone for the support. Of course, that doesn't want to load. And again, we've got lots of stuff planned this year, trying to grow a bit, so. But yeah, go tell Katie and Eric I said hello. And I will see everybody tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Clon Amy, thank you. Frackery. Ayo Whatcha. Thanks for Voxwell. Always good to see you. Ran and Nori. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing your name, but. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Fimster. Adios. Shablagoosh. Aruna, thanks for being here. I don't know who else is still here. I'm just going by Taran. Thank you as always. Really appreciate you.